Testing, test, test.
I'm plugged in, but my computer probably went back to sleep. Yeah, as he's like trying to figure out if he's
Mic check. We good, David? Mic check. Good. All right, good morning, everybody. Time is 9:01. Today is July 23rd, 2026. We're going to call this meeting to order. All board members are present and accounted for except for Mr. King, who has an excused absence. He's on a trip right now, so do I have a motion for excuse?
Make a motion to excuse Mr. King.
Second.
I have a motion and a second from Ms. McDaniel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. All right, we can do the invocation and pledge. Dear Heavenly Father, we ask your continued blessings over Green Valley, its ratepayers and customers and employees. Please heal anybody who needs to be healed, and please give the board the knowledge and wisdom to make the right decisions to guide this company to a good future. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. So as far as public comment goes, I don't believe we have a public comment. I know we are going into the next agenda item, which is agenda item D. Here, customer Diana Sanchez, grievance under section 4.12 of GVSUD operations policy. There's a button on there if you want to press it to make sure it's green. And if you could just make sure you speak into the mic so it's recorded.
All right.
You can lift it up if you need to.
Is there like a button to lift the
No,
platform
no,
or
no.
just
As
hold
far as
it?
the mic, yeah.
Okay. That's all right. Can you hear me? Oh,
Yep.
okay.
You're good.
Sorry. Good morning, President Frias and the members of the board. My name is Diana Sanchez, and I am a homeowner of a property located at 418 White Heron Way. I'm here today to request a manual administrative override for my 2026 wastewater billing baseline, a matter currently under formal investigation by the Public Utility Commission of Texas under complaint number CP 2026-060685. On December 1st, 2025, GVSUD sent me an official welcome email confirming that my sewer bill would be calculated using a strict formula, a $29.19 monthly base fee plus $7.54 per 1,000 gallons of wastewater used. The email explicitly told me to conserve water during December, January, February to lock in the low sewer rate for the year. I intended to follow these instructions, but a catastrophic builder construction defect caused an immediate 25,470 gallon outdoor irrigation leak during the exact winter window. Your staff recognized the leak and granted a consumption adjustment on my water bill, but they left the remaining leak data attached to my billing history. Because of this data contamination, your automated system locked my single occupant household into an inflated 7,856 gallon winter baseline all spring, charging me $88.42 every single month. Your billings department current compromise is to force me into a generic 7,000 gallon default rate. But as my June 19th statement proves, my actual total household water draw was only 1,874 gallons. It is physically and scientifically impossible for a single resident to return 7,000 or 8,000 gallons of sewage into your collection system when my freshwater meter proves I only drew 1,874 gallons of total water through the entire property. Every drop of the water leaked, soaked directly into the turf. It never touched a drain, and it cost the district $0 to treat. Staff told me in writing that they are unable to fix it due to an automated system limitation, but software constraints do not overrule ratepayer equity. Furthermore, staff verbally claimed that fixing my bill would be unfair to other customers. That is entirely incorrect. I have already paid for the water I used. I am simply refusing to pay wastewater treatment infrastructure fees for phantom gallons. Under Section G of your own operating policy, this board holds explicit discretionary authority to manually adjust bills for good cause due to leaks. A structural developer defect on a brand-new home is the definition of a circumstance beyond the customer's control. I've kept my account in perfect compliance by paying my undisputed water metrics on time, while my sewer charges remain on a valid Section 12.g extension hold. Today, I am respectfully asking the board to override the billing system, set my baseline to my true 1,874-gallon footprint, and issue a retroactive ledger credit of $173.95. I'm handing you a complete water statement trail and my PUCT confirmation letter for your review now. Thank you. May I approach the board?
Yes, we can, but I'm gonna give, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have staff say their part.
I just want to make sure she's on.
Yeah, she's on GV. She's on.
Yeah, let's just let her finish her presentation and argument, and then you all are free to ask questions of staff and
Yeah,
the complainant.
so, thank you for this. Don't sit down just yet. So what I'm gonna do next, I'm gonna kick it over to staff. Staff, you give us your part on y'all side of the story of it while we review this packet, so.
Okay, so thank you for coming, Ms. Sanchez, really. And so what I would tell the board is the staff did what we could within the boundaries of the policies. That's why we're here today. We did do the leak adjustment, as Ms. Sanchez stated. We put her back on the flat rate, which is what staff can do, is follow the standards of our winter averaging. And then we also offered to refund her the difference between the 7,800 gallons and the 7,000 gallons, which is our winter averaging, which is set on. So all of those are accurate. I did not know. I just learned this morning about Ms. Sanchez's comments about the PUC. Did not know that. We've not been notified. So the staff will look into that as well. But other than that, it's within the board's discretion as our policies to decide what you would like to do with this case. The staff has done everything we possibly could to apply fairness with the standards that you've provided to the staff. And pending any questions of the staff, that's what we have to say.
Okay. Give us 1 minute.
Well, Phil, I have a question for staff. I don't know if it can be discovered quickly or what, but so we had, ma'am, when did you close on your house? When did you move in? Do you know?
I closed on November 22nd.
Okay, so November of 25. So do we have a record of usage per month from November until the issue was discovered and then subsequently?
It's included in the packet I provided.
Okay. And
Kim is here
then-
too. She can see inside the system, but if she has it in the packet, that
Okay.
should be sufficient.
And then,
We literally had 1 month of record usage before winter average started in December, January, February. But by that time, the leak was already occurring within that time frame of the builder warranty, needing to be fixed. So did we give a credit for that leak adjustment on that one? Okay, so obviously there's hardly any data to go off of because she only had 1 month. And your household is just, how many people in that one?
Just one.
Just one? So yeah, this is kind of one of those oddball moments that I don't think normal people experience. You move in, you have a irrigation leak. How quickly did we notice the leak happening?
Because it was an irrigation leak, it wasn't very noticeable until the grass started getting swampy. And obviously until I received the bill.
Well, the bill would
And
have been the trigger to kind of let you know you had something going on if you weren't out there seeing it swampiness.
Yes, and it went on for pretty much the winter average, the couple of months that, like from November all the way until January, because they came out twice to fix it.
Okay.
And when was it finally resolved with the builder? What month would you say?
I would say, let's see. I apologize. I want to make sure I give you the right dates. I would say around March.
And in your provided information, I can see, we had 12,600 gallons consumption, 25,000 gallons, 9,500. Then when we drop all the way down to 4,000, 5,100, 27.
Yeah, there's a big delta between that, so.
And then-
So, oh, sorry.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I'm showing that the leak was fixed on January 23rd. That's the date that you put on the leak adjustment and the landscape letter that we received.
That would be just after the 25,000 threshold.
All right, so in June, we adjusted the sewer rate to 7,000 consumption use versus a 7,800 that was previously on there. What's the tiers as far as 7,000 is the flat rate threshold, or is there a different bracket?
So you have the rate sheet, Phil?
The rate sheet?
481 per thousand, I believe.
Yeah.
And then,
The 7,000 gallons usage is. Flat rate is.
Dollars, yeah.
Flat rate is 7,000.
when do we start establishing the winter average? When the homeowner takes use of the house?
So if you purchase.
Okay, and so based on that is likely why staff was explaining to Ms. Sanchez that, hey, this is what every other new customer experiences per our policy. So that explains in my mind, the commentary of, your interaction.
That's, yeah.
So that's, we did everything in our. You could look at these unique. So that's really the two choices what you could do, in this particular. Do so, but staff took it as far as.
That, yeah.
So I won't say it again, right? I mean, but I think you all heard me, but the recording did not. So,
So it's in our discretion as to
Yeah.
how to handle this situation.
basically, the
so-
board has discretion to either set a rate based on the information provided or
Yeah.
provide, stay where we are within our policy to pay the base rate until next
So
year.
this is what I'm thinking, and this is just my opinion. We have history now. She has been current. She has not been, stop payment, stuff like that. She's shown in herself good faith efforts to keep up accordingly with the bills. We have some data to go off of. She presented this, I don't think any better than anybody else could. Shan, she's gonna give you a run for your money. But I'm on the side of, use the data that we have now, adjust accordingly, and then start, accordingly next month. And, when we go to the winter averaging, get the data from that and apply it accordingly.
The
So,
average of the 5 available
mhm.
bills and usage.
Yeah. That was averaging about
Post,
what?
post repair.
Right.
Is 4678 gallons. Now, that does include, I assume you ran your irrigation system some during the summer months. Likely the 1874, you turned off your system or scaled it way back, to get to try to focus in on your actual internal consumption is what I would assume here. If we adjust away from our standard policy because of a special circumstance and some actual data,
Mhm.
I think it would be a good middle ground to set the usage at 40, what was my number, 4678 of usage. Now, and call that our
Baseline. Yeah.
one-time winter average. What does 4678 do compared to the for the
7,000.
wastewater rate compared to the baseline 7,000?
It's lower. I don't know if, Kim, you got your little calculator down there with you?
And I guess I don't need to know the answer because I don't think the actual bill amount should affect our decision.
No.
I think it's the concept of
The situation.
situation
Yeah.
and actual data that she's provided where I'm thinking.
Yeah, and the fact that this is a one-off, how many people actually have this experience happen? So again, it's at our discretion. If it meets within good faith efforts on her part, good faith efforts on our part, it's just a bad situation, then so be it. But
I do have one question if I could ask, because it sounds like you're stating that the leak was due to a fault of the developer. Does that sound right? Like something was not constructed properly?
That is correct.
Okay. So have you sought any relief from them?
I have asked them through email to their customer portal,
Okay.
and the most they can do is just fix the leak, which is what they did.
Okay.
They
so
they wanted me to go to GVSUD.
Well, of course. But they fixed the leak at their expense.
Yes,
Okay.
it was covered under my 1-year warranty.
Okay. Okay.
And I have one more question for Shan. Do you have anything else, Jerry? I'm gonna jump on top of you. Does the involvement of the PUC in the investigation affect what we can or should do at this point, in your opinion? I know that's putting you on the spot.
It doesn't at this point. As I understood Ms. Sanchez's presentation, it is at the informal complaint stage, so we haven't even been notified of this yet. At the point that it became a formal complaint, obviously the district would have to spend some money to either challenge it or work towards some sort of settlement agreement. But no, the short answer is no. I had a question for staff though. If a new customer closes on their house on January 1st of a year, are they allowed to winter average over those 2 months of January and February, or do they have to wait all the way till the next year to get a different rate other than the winter average?
They have to wait a whole year. It has to be December, January, and they have to have a December bill, January bill, and February bill.
So can I make this a little bit more clear, I guess? So if I bought my house on January 5th and the people before me just loved water, they just absolutely loved it. And we're talking 15,000 gallons. Now I, with my new house, I'm going to have to pay wastewater based on the previous owner's
No.
use?
No, sir.
Or how
You
do we
start-
do the averaging?
No,
You
sir.
start on the base, the flat rate.
The flat rate, okay.
Yes.
They would pay their bill up into that
So
point.
it's not a can of worms. I wanted to make sure that we weren't about to open a huge can of worms.
Oh, no, we don't carry over the previous
Thank you.
usage.
Perfect.
All right, so, okay. I think we have a good understanding. Does anybody else have any questions so we can move this along? You guys good? Okay, so I'll entertain a motion from,
Does everybody generally think it's pretty reasonable, my suggestion?
make the
Think so.
motion and we'll. vote on
Restate it
yeah.
again if you
I'll
would.
make a motion and we'll call this a one-time special manually adjusted winter water average for 418 White Heron Way in the volume of 4,678 gallons.
And I'll second.
And that's to also include the prorating of all the overages she's spent from that date on till now to get credited back to her account so that we can make it whole. Right. Or,
My understanding is those disputed charges haven't been paid by the complainant, and so they are on hold right now, so there's not a.
have you,
not a
Only 1 month is on hold. Everything else has been paid,
Okay, thanks.
okay,
including the leak, like that was $400 and I'm not even asking for that.
well,
Well, don't we have a leak program?
yeah, but we had that one, sorry, Kim, go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
The adjustment that they gave me was something around $130.
Okay.
So
I
what
think
you're
that's what you're
referring to is-
referring to.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. What we're referring to is the leak adjustment, the 40% leak adjustment. We provide as a courtesy one time a year to every single customer.
Mhm.
So that's not what Ms. Sanchez is questioning. She's questioning her winter averaging.
And
Two
that was my
separate issues.
understanding.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Mm.
so to restate my motion,
It's specifically for winter averaging.
yes, I will make
Right.
a motion for a one-time special manually adjusted winter water average in the amount of 418 White Heron Way in the volume of 4,678 gallons.
And I'll second.
A motion second for wastewater adjustment. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Okay, so that's on the wastewater. Are we doing anything on the water? Was any of her complaint on the water? We already credited
Already
her
did,
back
sir.
that one-time adjustment. So that's it. All right,
I just have one
ahead,
request
Shane.
for clarification from the board.
Mhm.
First of all, I haven't seen indication that the complainant is accepting that, and I would ask for the board to reconsider their motion and grant this as a condition of withdrawal of their complaint from the PUC.
understandable. Ms. Sanchez, do you have any comments on that?
I would be willing to withdraw it.
Okay. So based on the mutual understanding, with the motion made, with your testimony that you're going to be withdrawing your complaint, do you feel satisfied at this point?
Yes, I appreciate the board's just help.
Consideration.
Consideration, thank you.
Could we just
All
have
right, so
an
so
amended?
we'll just do
an
the
amended
amendment to the motion. Yep.
So I'll make a motion to amend my previous motion to include a stipulation that the complaint to the PUC is
Removed.
formally removed.
All right, so we have a motion.
I'll second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Guys have it. Ms. Sanchez, thank you very much for coming and presenting this the way you did. Greatly
Thank you for
appreciate
making
the
it
detail.
easy to assess and not
Yeah.
just,
Just throw out a complaint.
right. you know,
You're good.
it's
Thank you for your time, I
Good
appreciate it.
presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Let us know if you have any other issues. All right. Moving on to the consent agenda. All items listed below are to be considered routine, non-controversial by the board and will be approved by one motion. There will be no discussion of these items unless a board member so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered an action taken as necessary as the part of the order of business. We have items E1 through E9. Did everybody have good understanding of what's in the packet? Any questions, comments, or concerns? Do I have a motion at that point?
Make a motion, we approve consent agenda items E1 through E9.
You have a
Second.
motion. I have a second by Ms. McDaniel. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Good job on the investment report, by the way. So, nice numbers. Okay, moving on to item F. Here updates of the following items from GVG General Manager, staff, and committee chairs. F1, employee recognition, Mr. Gage.
Okay, good morning, Board of Directors, and thanks for your patience this morning. We're a little bit later than usual, but the guys have been patiently sitting here. So last month, when I was absent at the board meeting, Travis recognized a number of guys for obtaining their D license. So I want to call Asias up here. Asias, we missed him, last board meeting. But the interesting thing, I'm really impressed with this man right here. So he's relatively new, came into our meter department. He's a meter technician. He was highly motivated to get his license done very quickly. And so, how long was it before you got your license? About 2 months' time. Right after my probation period. So as you guys know, so when we have new employees, 60 days is probation period for their benefits start and everything. As soon as that was rip roaring ready to go, Asias was ready. And so he has been a tremendous addition to our meter department, and he's a motivated guy, and I've been nothing but impressed with him. So I want to say thank you for taking the bull by the horns, man, and getting out there and doing your job. Thank you very much. All right. So come on, let's get a picture. We're only doing one today, but this one's a good one.
Stand up, Bob.
All right. Okay, so I got a little bit of a treat for you guys too, and this is going to be interesting. I'm going to read a letter that we received from the parents and from one of our scholarship recipients from our last go-around, right? And so they were, let me read the letter first, then I'll tell you a little about it. So this is from Jill and Brett Lesage. It says, "Dear Green Valley, we wanted to let you know how much we appreciate the opportunity you give to students in our area to apply for, and in Jake's case, also receive such a generous scholarship. These funds will help our family assist Jake further in his education at TSTC in Waco and to achieve his dreams of becoming a certified HVAC technician. He is a determined, hardworking young man, and we know the sky is a limit for him. We are truly grateful to you for seeing something special in Jake and for the money you will give toward his future. From the bottom of our hearts, Jill and Brett Lesage." And I'll pass this around so the board could take a look at the nice pictures they provided. And then there's one more from Jake himself. He says, "Dear GVSUD, thank you for your support of $5,000 toward my future at TSTC. I'm excited to start next chapter, and I look forward to having a career in HVAC. Thanks again, Jake." Also, Jill Lesage included Jake's course schedule at TSTC, and she sent it to him, and we can confirm that Jake is enrolled and he's got a full course schedule. So, if Jill is listening out there, everyone needs moms like this. That's what I got to say. So congratulations to Jake, and thank you, board, for doing that. And I was just very happy to share these letters with you.
Yeah, because I'm familiar with TSTC, and that's an excellent school. He's going to come out of there well-trained.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that, and good luck. Those courses are not easy.
We're not.
Awesome. All right, moving on to F2, business and operations, GM updates. Mr. Gage.
Okay, team, in my GM memo, I wrote it last week. We do have current staffing level 58 employees. We have 5 vacant positions. I've listed them out: communications, utility tech, meter tech, facilities specialists, and we're adding a safety and security position. This is new.
Could you
And
talk about
what-
that?
Yeah, we've talked about it before, but basically what we're doing, we're taking the broad 4 responsibilities, that Mr. Duff had, and we're splitting them out so he can be, really emphasize safety more is what we're looking to do. So those announcements are out. We're working on it. We're going to put the communication specialist on hold for a little bit longer before we do that. We're still looking for the right fill for that position. I want to talk a little bit about our rate study and where we're at. The committees have seen it. I've gotten great feedback from, since our last board meeting, the Water Conservation Committee met. There's some things that I need to work through, particularly some disparity in our commercial rates and our residential rates that we're going to correct. So I'm working on that right now. We do have a finance budget investment committee coming up before the next board meeting. I can't remember the date off the top of my head.
When it's
Um,
11th.
But anyway, and we'll look at it again with them. So we'll present the rates and the budget in August. And we're on track for all of that. In terms of the budget this year, I think we're on track. We had a good finance and investment meeting this past week. We know what we want to do, but I'll tell the board right now before I present it next month. In general terms, our revenue from water is less this year than it was the previous year. That is driven entirely by the amount of rain that we've had, within, recent months. So we do know we're going to bring in a little less revenue. We're not going to hit our revenue target, right, for this year because of that. It's just a wet year. So what we're doing with the budget is the staff is tightening our belts next year. So we are heavily scrutinizing the difference between what is a must-fund item and a discretionary spending item. A lot of the discretionary spending items in the area of replacing equipment and things like that, things that we can wait on, we're going to wait on. And so I'll present that to the board. I presented that to the Budget Finance Committee meeting, the areas that I'm going to do that in. And I think it's only prudent, right? So the staff needs to tighten our belt in years where our revenue is off, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So I just wanted to let the board know where we're going. We're on track to present the budget next month without trouble on the 23rd of August, I believe, when that is. And then the final thing that I got in the memo, we've talked a couple of months ago that we were looking at adjusting our hours. We think we're going to go ahead and do that. We are going to go ahead and do that, and we're going to make it 7:30 to 4 o'clock. And it's based really on two things. Thing number one is to increase some efficiency of our workforce. Right now, we have half our workforce that gets 30 minutes lunch, half gets an hour lunch. It's really not productive during that hour lunch. And so we're getting everybody on so everyone has a 30-minute lunch. Begins the day and ends the day together. And just so you know, the impacts to our customers are very small. We average 9 calls in a month between the 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock hour. We average one person turning in an application for service between 4 and 5 hour. And then we literally receive 2 payments in a month between 4 and 5. I mean, so the impact is very small, to our customer base. Most folks either do it in the morning earlier, particularly around school time, is something that occurs. And then, just the efficiency gain with the workforce. So we're going to make this in effect. We're going to try it, and I'll be the first to tell you, if it doesn't work out, we'll go a different direction. But I like to try new things to see if this works, increase our efficiency with minimal impact. So I just want to inform the board that I'm doing that. We have had a pop-up on our website for, since the beginning of this month. We've got it posted on the buildings. You've probably seen it when you walked in the door. So we're letting people know that we're going to do that. But it should be a very minimal impact. But I just want to inform the board that I made a decision to do it. And the second page is just our current updated organizational chart, which includes that safety position that I just mentioned previously. So if any questions of me, that's my report for this month.
So a few questions I have. Real quick, are we tracking, because I don't know this, and I'm pretty sure some of the other board members who aren't a part of the finance committee, but if I'm hearing GBRA went up 5%.
Yes, sir. So GBRA, and don't quote me on the numbers, but their current raw water rate right now is $193. They're moving to 201, I believe Sherry is right, about in the 201 and change
Okay.
category for raw water. That is true.
Okay, and then CRWA wise, are we projecting anything on y'all's end?
So for CRWA, for this year's budget, and we have another budget meeting on the 28th with CRWA that Sherry chairs, of course. We expect CRWA's budget to be down from last year. That's where the direction we're heading, and that's what we've been lobbying for pretty consistently, right? So I think that's going to be the end result.
All right, just want to make sure we understand kind of what we're going to be hit with next month for that. So,
But we have our next budget, and it's going to be one of the last of the final drafts that we're finally getting to see. We've had 2 budget workshops, if you want to call them that. we had to deal with a lot of money that was still left over for some of the previous budgets. We finally got that worked out, so now we're kind of interested to see the first set of real numbers since they took all that out. So our meeting's on the 28th.
Awesome. And then safety and
What date
security.
did you say, Sherry? The 28th?
28th, yeah.
I'm not gonna be here for that.
So safety and security. So that role in itself, what's the scope of work for that individual?
What's,
Safety and security, that position that's vacated right now? The new one?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
Safety and security,
The safety, yes,
Yeah.
but what's your question?
like the scope of work, what are they gonna
Oh,
be
the scope of
dealing
work.
with?
Yeah, so the scope of work is literally safety. So safety and security, Brian Plover's been working on our security SOP for facility security, and we made great progress on that, by the way, but the other one is safety. And so the thing about safety is what we've learned is we need to have somebody that can move around, the service area when our guys are out working and check safety, right? So we don't have somebody that's dedicated to do that. And we also don't have somebody dedicated to do security. So we're splitting those out because the facilities part and the fleet part is a significant task.
Yeah.
So those two tasks together, all four in one position is incapable of doing anything perfectly, right? So we need to add manpower to fix that.
So do we have a job description for that job yet?
We do.
We do.
For the safety?
We do.
We do.
It's,
Okay, I
uh,
missed it.
Would you like to see it?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Because I'm particularly curious what we have for professional qualifications education.
Yes, sir, no problem.
So,
Brian, you want to speak to that real quick or no?
sir? No, I just dabbled in it for
He just
a few
dabbles.
decades.
I can.
You
I'll-
can't apply, you're on the board.
Oh, I am retired fully.
You're overqualified.
And sir, I'll send you that job description.
Okay.
And Gina's actually on it already.
Oh, okay.
But
Exactly.
just for your edification as well, for that position, it has been live. It was live on Indeed for about a week. We got approximately 80 applicants. I've gone through all the resumes. Gina has the individuals that we will end up calling for interviews that we're hoping to set up for next week.
Okay.
Is there any positions right now that aren't getting applications for? No?
Sorry.
Hi.
We actually filled the utility position. We had a gentleman accept that position on Monday or Tuesday. I'm sorry, my days are a little messed
good.
up. The meter tech job is still posted, but has been posted for also about a week, and then with a safety job. So that's what we're focusing on right now, get those 3 individuals in here and settled, and then see what we need next round.
Awesome. Cool.
In general, though, we generally have quite a few applications for every position we post. It's not a lack of qualifications. A lot of times it's applications. A lot of times it's a lack of qualifications that thins it down pretty quickly. Okay.
And Jerry kind of touched on one of my questions for any new position. I want to make sure we have a proper job description. If you're going to give that a once over, I'll let you.
Did you
jump
send
on
it?
that.
Did you send it to everybody or just? Yeah,
I'll
can you
se-
send
I'll
it to
send it to
everybody?
everybody.
I'm just going to ask straight up, is this person going to be OSHA 40 qualified? Or are they going to be an OSHA instructor or what are they going to be?
So the intent is to have OSHA qualifications. That was in the job description, and then whatever they don't have OSHA qualification wise, we will gladly send them
Yeah.
to get all. Now, granted, we don't necessarily fall underneath OSHA
OSHA, yeah.
regulations
Yeah.
here, but the intent is to have someone that has that knowledge
Yeah, it's a
that
good
can use it
baseline.
to.
Yeah. So they'll be briefing the quarterly safety meetings and everything.
That is
so-
correct. They'll take over all safety functions from
So that
PPE
individual would
to the
have to have presentation skills and communication skills on that level.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
And then the other half of my question was, do we have a salary survey of some type to know what the right, rate for this
Of course.
payment is?
Yeah.
And do we have that for all of our staff coming up on
Of course.
budget season?
Mhm.
I'd actually like to see
Yeah,
what
so
you've
the-
got on that because it helps me. Sherry and I have been asking for that information at CRWA. And
Yeah,
we're
so we
very
provided
comparable
ours
in-
to CRWA, right?
Really?
So we have a couple of them. Probably one of the best surveys that we have is one done by Johnson County SUD, which is a fellow SUD in our association. We participated in theirs and provided our information, and it's got a broad range. It had a lot of municipalities in it. It had other special utility districts. It had some SUDs in it, and it's a pretty good representation for salary survey, right? So that's the key one. We also have one from, I think, what's the other one we have that we use? Is I'm trying to think of the name of it. One of the associations.
And SWBC completed one for us last year. Now we're going into
Okay.
wage review season with the budget, so we're in the process of,
Yeah.
you know, kind of updating those numbers, but we do have two really good core ones
So we have
from
two.
last year.
I thought it was from the Rural Water Development Board. I forgot about SWBC, frankly, but,
Yeah.
and we given both of those to CRWA, by the way, for our two board members
We
on
all share that
CRWA.
internally in the association as far as so that other members understand where you are all at. So they don't have to ask for
Of
it.
course.
Okay.
Mhm.
Cool. All right. Does anybody have any other questions for the GM updates? Nope. Good job on the org chart, posting that one. We'll go to now item F2II, operations update, Brian.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So currently we sit at 20,206 meters. That's an increase of 54, an exact mirror image of May. So 54 in May and June for meter installs. That does put us a little lower than what our projected number was for the year, which was 1,188. I still think we'll be somewhere within the 1,050 to 1,100 meter installs for the year. So nothing crazy there. For water production, we produced or purchased just over 556 acre feet in June. Well 4 is still being serviced, so that's out of production right now. That's our Trinity well. So Jurgensen is still working on that. They're currently working to find an electrician to do the work out at the well. We're looking to go to a submersible pump because we'll be able to actually pump more water with a submersible, upwards of 900 gallons a minute, which is significantly more than what we're doing now. Well, what we were doing anyway before we pulled it. So once we can get that back, we'll get well 4 back online. Just for everyone's edification, Edwards did move to stage 3 effective on Tuesday due to the rain. So your attachment 1 indicates stage 4 curtailment numbers for the entire year so far. I'll go into the calculator, put it all in. So in July, you'll see the curtailment numbers actually go down a little bit for what we project for the year. So that's a good news story for us. For billing, we billed.
You go to billing real quick. So well 4, you're saying they're still trying to find an electrician?
Yeah, they're working on getting an electrician that'll do the work.
Okay. Was this a contracted job or is this
It's
kinda-
contracted to Jurgensen, yeah.
Okay.
So they're just
Um,
working on finding an electrician to do the work.
When do they expect that to start working on ballpark or finding?
They reached out to one company who gave them an astronomical quote, and they said that they're not even going to bother entertaining that one. So they've reached out to another company in Waco that they work with frequently. We're just waiting to hear back from them on that one.
And local companies haven't been reached out to or?
I know we're getting ready to give them a list of the companies that we use down here. We're just waiting to see who they normally use up in Waco. We're waiting to see what they come back with first before we provide them our normal ones.
And the contract with them is how's it structured?
I'll have to get back to you on that one. I don't know that I don't know the numbers off the top of my head.
You know, you're good. I'm just saying for this specific project, was it
It was to
not
pull
to
the well,
exceed-
service the well, put it all back in. The one variable was the electrical work because we didn't know
Yeah.
if we were going to go submersible or not.
Got it.
so
So that
that's-
was left open.
That's the one variable that we're currently waiting on.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
No
We
worries.
can go to billing now.
For billing, we billed just shy of 529 acre feet, bringing in just over $2.6 million in revenue. We had a known water loss of 2.85 acre feet, and then our unknown water loss was 24.63 acre feet for the month. And then for the year, we're sitting at just about an 8% unknown water loss average. So we're down from last year. Last year we were at 10. The goal was obviously to get lower, and we're definitely hitting that goal right now. For wastewater, we had 23 new connections in June, and you'll see Clearwater is slowly ticking up. So they're up to 7 down in Clearwater Creek, and as houses come online, we'll obviously see more come in there. Wastewater billing, really nothing significant to report. That's a pretty constant every month. And then for plant utilization, we did utilize 24.91%, so just shy of 187,000 gallons a day down at the plant. and you can see the table there. July's flow, we can expect to see a larger flow in July, obviously with all the rain. Claire's working out all those numbers, but once again, we'll be well within compliance. At no point did we hit max capacity or anything like
How
that.
did we do when it came to plant operations during the surge of rain?
Perfect. We had no issues at all.
As far as the INI, I mean,
Mainly water, just a bunch of
mud,
water, very little mud.
manholes, everything held up, collars, the whole work. So
Yeah, we found a couple of manholes that need some work. We've already got quotes on those to get those taken care of. In fact, we think they might be under warranty, so we're working to get all that taken care of. But no issues at all with the plant with the amount of rain. we
those
had.
hot spots that usually go underwater, how do they do?
So a lot of those are actually no longer. I mean, Dove Song's really the main one, but that no issues there. It actually succeeded extremely quickly, and all those manholes were pretty good.
Awesome.
I think you have one minor typo on your daily utilization in June in the second row. Yeah. It's not 1.18, it's 0.18.
Oh, my apologies. Fat
No-
fingers on the keyboard.
No big deal. And then you touched on manholes being under warranty. Any like coatings, any special warranties we have? I like to put a calendar reminder, a year or several months out in advance to give crews time to go inspect anything, and anything we can get repaired under warranty is a great idea. So yeah, if there's any warranty work we can get done for no cost, definitely.
Acknowledge, and I'll make sure that wastewater's tracking all that a little more clearly. Pending any questions, that's all I have.
Water inventory, I know the curtailments have gone down, the drought stages and drought restrictions. Are we projected to start dwindling down ours as well to level 1 or?
No, I think, so where we are with that right now, we're staying at 2.
Okay.
Right? We're just staying at 2. We haven't completed our new water conservation drought plan. We met with the conservation committee on it. It was mainly that committee talked about rates this time, but we also talked about the way forward. So in our next meetings, we're going to get on and get that plan approved. We had a little hiccup, that we explained to the committee last committee meeting. So we're in good spot. So I anticipate us staying right where we are, level 2 for the rest of the year. And it's pretty much, we could go down to level 1, but I'll take a look at it and give the board a recommendation if we need to do that. But right now, we just stay what we got in our current plan, because our plan's going to change. And when our plan changes and we get that properly done, then we are going to have a completely, totally different outlook on conservation. And so, and kind of the funny thing is, we're not the only ones doing this. Even New Brunswick Utilities is going to an approach that we are champion as well, which is more of a percentage of supply type of conservation, not a random trigger based off an aquifer that we don't even use. For example, a lot of the plants are written that way. So we're all kind of going the same direction, to include MBU, to include Crystal Clear, to include East Central. So that's good news. We just need to get us there.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you for that update. All right. Anybody have any other questions for Brian?
The only thing I would add to that too, I was just doing some math here. So last year we used 6,991 acre feet of water total consumption across our connections. So right now, if you extrapolate out that we're using 550 or so acre feet per month, which is a little bit high, we very well could end the year with more connections than we ended last year, and about the same consumption rate, honestly. I mean, I'm just highlighting to you, I've got some charts when we present the budget that highlights to you the impacts of wet weather on water consumption, which really highlights to us the impacts of irrigation.
So
Right.
financially,
Yeah.
these past few months, I mean, we're taking substantial hits. About, what would you say, 300 to 500,000 a month as far as sales go?
It maybe total, it could be more than a million, but it's, you could call it lost revenue. I really don't call it lost revenue, because we're also not paying the per gallon charge for producing that water as well. I mean, so it's not exactly like that, but we're not going to hit before what we projected as revenue, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
But we're also not paying as much for some of the consumption.
Right.
Take or pay contracts, you pay as much,
Right.
but there's elements in there, the variable rate per thousand, we're not paying that because we're not using as much, right? So there's some, we're going to be off on revenue, but it's not like in the business world for a for-profit world that's that big a deal.
Right.
But it causes our budget to look differently, so
Right.
that's what we're working on.
Okay. All right, thank you, and thanks for that vehicle tracker update as well. All right, going on to item F2 III District Engineer Update. Travis.
Morning, ladies. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We had a pretty light month on my end, so I'll be pretty brief on my update. Currently, we have 61 projects in design, 48 in construction, and 7 in the closeout, which totals 116. On the capital improvement side, we're kind of, for the most part, we're in a holding pattern on a couple of these. So Plant 9, we're obviously, Mr. Gage is going to bring to you guys an item to get approved to go get grant funding for that. So we're ready to go to put it out to bid tomorrow if we had to. And so that one's just kind of in a holding pattern. On the lower Seguin 16-inch line, we're just kind of in a schedule delay right now. We've got to do some upfront archaeological surveying and things of that nature before we hammer down the alignment. And so we're just waiting on the consultant schedule on that. They're scheduled out about a month or so from now to do that. And we're hoping that speeds up. Plant 3 and Plant 8 generator project, they're moving along. They were doing a lot of subgrade work. I know that I haven't had a chance to get out there this week, but I know last week they were planning on pouring concrete soon, but obviously the rains kind of hampered that. So I know that they were installing duct bank this week outside of the pad, pad location. So they're making some progress what they could do while they dry out there. On Plan 11, we're still working through a couple small items. And then testing will begin soon. They did hydrostatic test some stuff this week. And so we'll hopefully get that closed out soon. Other than that, we've got the Santa Clara wastewater treatment plant. We're all kind of in tune to what's going on there. And so we're hoping to get the 90% design on that next month. I believe the consultant said that the 90% design should be submitted August 11th. And so, but other than that, the only other update I really have, the water model is progressing well. I have a call. I'll be out on vacation next week, but when I come back, I will have a call to get an update on the water model. I believe they're completed with producing the new model, and we'll continue training staff on that. We've got kind of the basics down of how to function it, but we're going to run, the next training is kind of running through scenarios and teaching us how to run through scenarios of adding and, subtracting things from the system. So pending
Can
any
brief
questions,
that
that's all I have.
Part about what do you think you could show the board?
The model?
Yeah.
Hopefully by September or August or September.
Sometime around there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Real quick on your design column.
Mhm.
Can you, on the next board meeting, can you break out which engineer firms have how many projects that they're designing? Just
Okay.
so that we can
On-
understand where the workload is at right now
On
on the design side.
on our side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could absolutely do
Yeah,
that.
just so that we can understand kind of who's really helping us and who's,
Yeah.
not really pulling their weight on,
Yeah.
those things. I want to understand that a little bit better. And I think the board would as well appreciate that. Construction wise, I don't really care because at that point it's already in construction. We're moving. But design wise, I just want to see that number get smaller. Start putting out a lot of these 100% designs so that we can start really moving on these construction projects.
Mhm.
But okay, that's all the comments I have. Does anybody else have any questions, comments, or concerns?
I had one discussion, comment. I want to see what the board's opinion is. So on the wastewater plant expansion, the construction committee has been doing a bunch of work digging in and making some suggestions on value engineering to help get the cost of the project hopefully a little bit lower. I want to be cognizant that we're not working outside of the board's authority. Is the board comfortable with the construction committee making value engineering recommendations? In
So-
an effort to speed things along and not hold up
Yeah, I
any-
would think correct me if I'm wrong, and this is where y'all educate me on this, but at what percentage do we start doing the value engineering considerations?
So we have the construction committee has a 60% set, that,
Do you need a 90 to start?
well, I think we
Picking
should
at it,
value engineer
or-
before 90 so that with, the designers don't
Spend
the
time on
effort-
that.
Time and effort and then have to go back on it.
Okay, do we have a list of items to be considered valued engineered?
Not formally.
Okay.
I know we've gone through in our last two construction committee meetings. All three of us, James, Jerry, and I, have had specific questions to staff.
So this would be my ask, is if the committee can articulate, write down exactly what areas of consideration of valued engineering, and then send it as an RFI type scenario where it's like, hey, where can we do this? Can we do this one? Can we do that one? And then start dissecting it from there. So,
And my effort here and bringing it to the full board is to expedite the process. I know
Mhm.
everyone that's looking at this and we all know the growth coming. I'm happy to handle it however the board wants, but I'm trying to make an effort
Yeah.
to speed our,
I don't
process
think the
along.
board needs to get involved in a valued engineer thing. I think that's a committee level with staff. We obviously put you on the committee for y'all's expertise, but timeline wise, what are we working with when it comes to that?
So I would suggest, I agree with Nick that, doing it at the 60% design phase is probably a great idea. There's some components that we changed and made drastic changes to, from the original 30% in the 60%. That'll be included in the 90, which is coming at the latest, August 11th. So I think to move forward and to keep kind of things on the pace we're at to get to bidding the job at the correct time. I think the value engineering is, we get that 90% we get the 90% early in August, and we provide that to the committee right away, and then we provide the value engineering comments along with our comments on the 90%.
Yeah.
To where we're not losing a couple weeks if we're going back to 60%. And then with the 90%, the items we talked about with dewatering and things of that nature will be included in the 90%, where we in the 60% had said, hey, we're making drastic changes to this component.
Right.
So we'll get the full effect of the value engineering with the 90% being submitted to us. So we won't be missing any components.
Okay, so the next construction committee meeting is going to be when?
It's before the 11th, but we could probably do an offshoot in late August, if that's okay with the committee, to kind of get those value engineering, even if it's a virtual meeting.
Gary, what are your thoughts on it? You're good?
I would be reluctant to do much with the 60% plans because we're so far past those now. And the plans are in QAQC on our side of the house right now. So, I mean, we'll take comments anytime you want to give them to us, but I think going with the 90% plans is the cleanest. And that way we're not working off of an old set of plans since we already have 90% basically done. We're just going through QC and turning in
and
early
that
next
goes
month.
back to my comment of just submitting like a formal RFI
Mhm.
type, submittal of, hey, this is the questions, these are the areas we would like to have considered. And then on the engineer side, you can say, yes, that's doable, or no, that's not
Right.
doable, kind of thing. And here's why, and here's the cost analysis behind it. Because at that point, we can fine tune the exact questions from the committee, the exact responses from staff and engineering, and then we can kind of just say, hey, we vetted everything properly. that
Typically,
could
what
be
we've
vetted.
done on, at least on the 60% plans, whenever staff reviewed them, they put together their notes, either marking up the plans or putting together a comment letter. We have a meeting about that, see if we can knock any comments off just
Yeah.
in person, and then they submit their final comments to us, and then issue a response back to them in writing. That way, everything's papered up at that
Yeah,
point.
obviously the workload to keep the timeline, let's just stick to the
Yeah,
timeline, but
a lot of times it's easier just to sit down and across the table for one another and say, we can do that, this is what it affects, or,
if that's what it takes, then
Yeah.
let's knock that out. But I want to make sure that everything's recorded in some way, shape,
Sure.
or form, that the committee's concerns were formally addressed and
Right.
formally responded back to and whatnot. So
yeah, no
again,
problem with that.
we're trying to pinch pennies where we can,
Sure.
and you know, we'll do what we also want to make sure.
Pinch $100 bills on this.
Yeah. We want to make sure that, you know, the system itself is exactly what we need for future and
Sure.
long-term sustainability. So,
And,
Okay.
and, just to, add more flavor to it, right? So, the plans are one thing, funding something else. And so these things run concurrently. So last year we did put a preliminary, what is PIF? What's that stand for?
Yep.
Whatever. So we put it in last year, right? So we missed we're ranked number 157 in the projects that were available for funding. So we had to put it in this year. So the fund application cutoff for the development fund, the D fund, is 30 September, right? So we're going to do that again this year to open up those funding sources from Texas Water Development Board. So that's happening concurrently. That's got nothing to do with value engineering the plans, but I mean, if you're asking about timeline, we're going to come back in August and be like, hey, board, can we put in this request for funding?
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we're not going for a bond yet. We're just getting ranked to get eligible to apply for a bond. So that happens
Just the
as well.
application, that doesn't
that's,
include a dollar
that's just
amount.
the
That's
application.
right. It's an application.
Just
That's
to get
correct.
in line and see where we rank amongst everything else.
Yeah.
And
But we-
these milestones we don't want to miss. So,
Yeah.
We have to do it.
It does include a dollar amount. You don't have to close that dollar amount, so you can come down, you can't go up. So there is a ceiling number in
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've got to get that in.
We have to give them some number.
We have to give them some number, and we have to apply by September 30th, because if not, we basically push back
lose
to
our
next
spot in the
September.
line.
Yeah.
Well, not always. We just push back on these funds.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, I mean, so we could go bonding from many different ways, but we
Yes.
want to have our application for, the state funds first, because it's traditionally, although bureaucratically it makes your project harder, but traditionally it do have a little bit cheaper interest rate.
Yeah.
So you can always go for a commercial bond anytime you want to.
Yeah.
But-
No, we're trying to save money where we can.
That's
so,
right. That's right.
Okay.
I would say, just, and then we can move on. I would say that from the point of view, I think, of the committee, when we have our next meetings, we need some rep,
Yes.
from Gary's group that can help us intelligently understand what is doable or what's more likely to be doable, and that'd be great.
Okay. Yeah, we could have somebody available. I'll schedule that out with them. To speak on the committee, I wanted to give you guys an update too. I will be bringing the draft industrial waste order to the committee in 2 weeks. So staff's worked pretty hard on that, and we look forward to showing you all the product.
That's
on
something that we can adopt next month as a board?
Yes,
or-
we'll probably adopt it either next month or whenever we do whenever we revise the ops policy, because we'd want it to be included in that too. But yeah, we'll definitely do that. We've got some great ideas on how to implement that industrial waste order going forward.
Give some consideration to how it affects the day-to-day
Yes.
interaction with developers from the staff perspective, and explain what we may not understand.
Yeah.
So that we don't say, hey, we need this, and then it really complicates your day-to-day.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? We're good? Thank you for knocking out all those projects and stuff. I mean, just keep it going. All right. Moving on to item F3, CRWA Board Trustee post-meeting updates, Ms. McDaniel and Mr. Sherman. Jerry, you want to go?
There was I didn't think that it wasn't a very. They did have somebody
Mike?
who, it is on.
No, she got it. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Good.
It's like T-Mobile. Can you hear me now? So they did have somebody that came out from Accenture Infrastructure and Capital Projects that came out and gave a presentation on forming a P3 for their next project. So they did that. Um, the only other thing, they did we approved all their salvage surplus that they had for the year to get off the budget. I know Nick probably took better notes than I did. Those are two big things that stuck
Yeah,
out to me.
the P3 was not approved. The sponsors, including us, had no idea what that item was. The staff at CRWA had not coordinated with staff at the various sponsors. It was not ready. Several items were tabled because we weren't ready. Sherry was describing it as a short meeting. In my mind, I was describing it as an unproductive meeting.
Basically, everything that was on the agenda this month has now been placed on the agenda next month.
Correct, other than our normal consent agenda items.
And the salvage.
Salvaging some stuff. It was less than an hour-long meeting. I drove more time in my truck than we spent at the meeting, so it was a little frustrating on my end.
And I'd like to add to the meeting, just a little explanation for the rest of the board. So it's been a little bit of time, it's about, less than a year ago. We signed an option agreement with Canyon Regional along with Crystal Clear, Springs Hills, and East Central to develop 9,500 acre foot of what's known as the Bloomberg project, right? And these are water leases that we've been paying for a very long time. The 4 GMs with Canyon Regional had met on this before I brought you the option contract with a recommendation to approve it for several months, and we were meeting every 2 weeks to get this done. So what that contract tells us is that Canyon Regional is going to go pursue what's known as a P3, a public-private partnership, to produce this 9,500 acre foot of water. Green Valley's portion of that is 2,425 acre feet of water. So it's a nice little chunk of water. Where they are in the process right now, and what happened in the last board meeting, is they brought to the board the approval of a owner's advisor for Canyon Regional in order to develop this public-private partnership. I believe the firm's name is Accenture. So what has happened in the meantime, they've had some personnel changes at Canyon Regional. We have not had our routine meetings that we were having with the 4 GMs. And just for y'all's awareness too, the Springs Hills GM is new, relatively new. So Mike Andrews has moved on, and we have a new GM at Springs Hills, and we've not got the group together. So when we had it on the agenda, the 4 GMs were not gelled on what we were asking the Board of Trustees to do. And therefore, we were like, let's table this, guys, until we get our stuff together. So in the interim, Carrie Avery is trying to schedule a meeting with all of us so we could get on the same sheet of music for this project, so we can give you the proper recommendation. Because frankly, I had not had a chance to inform our 2 representatives on that board what this was about and what Green Valley's recommendation was. So that's what occurred. The way ahead is on the 6th of August, we're going to have a meeting, but we're going to have a GM meeting hopefully before then. That's what Brandon Rohan and I are working toward. And if we can't get a schedule with Canyon Regional, we'll do it on our own. So the 4 GMs will get together using the GM network, and we'll get it ourselves figured out. That's what's going on with that.
Yeah. All right. Okay, so does that cover pretty much F4?
F4, there's nothing to highlight, guys. I won't waste any air on it.
All right. Okay. Moving on to F5, ARWA Board of Directors, post-meeting updates. Mr. Sherman.
So we did not have our normally scheduled meeting. We have a special meeting on August 6th. I did attend an all-day review meeting at Pape Dawson's office for the review of the guaranteed maximum price, and I'll throw up air quotes, guaranteed maximum price 1 and 2, does not include guaranteed maximum price 3, which would be required to make the plant work on Tuesday of this week. And I would like to move the rest of the discussion into executive session on this, that I can discuss things that need to be in executive.
All right, item F6, committee reports. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns on the information provided in the packet? Questions to the committees? As far as the association goes, how's that going, from your opinion? Are we getting any new people on the association, or
Yeah,
how's
so
everything lining up?
I didn't include the association update in this board packet. That's oversight by my part. But we do have a board meeting this afternoon. What we did in our last meeting, which occurred the same day as our board meeting last month, we've kind of perfected the two pieces of legislation that we've put forth, which is one, it's discussing timelines for approval of CCN transfers and PUC actions, which are highly bureaucratic. And the second one is single-member districts and adding that to the code to allow for special utility districts at their choosing to move to a single-member district board composition, right? Which we don't have now, but many are moving to that as desirable in certain locations. So those are the two pieces of legislation. Interestingly enough, in the interim, and Shan can tell you this, we have had several little minor PUC, CCN adjustments that are just overly bureaucratic. So we have gotten this bill refined down to a point. If we get it through, this amendment to the PUC's rules that'll go through the legislative process, it'll really streamline, our ability to do something simple. Like, for example, last month you guys approved moving a little sliver of CCN to shirts. It was agreeable to us. It was agreeable to shirts. Well, it therefore should be agreeable to the PUC, right? It's non-controversial. Items such as that is what this act does. And so also, I've got a couple of committee reports that I'll have to share from you from our lobbyists the association uses. There's been some meetings up at the state level, particularly with Chairman Harris's committee. We have some readouts from those that I'll include, via email to the board that are interesting, right? There's some things, and Shan might mention this in his report coming up, but there's some other activities going on in like the home district of the chairman that's affecting some of the business that is occurring up there, and regarding groundwater, right, and disputes between groundwater and groundwater district's ability to regulate things. So there's a lot happening in the session. So I'll send you some of the readouts via email. But and I have a association meeting this afternoon. So
Is that like Teams or a Zoom meeting? The association?
So how it works, we do at Teams meetings, and so we Teams meet, and it's with our full membership right now, and we do it every once a month, right? I'm the secretary treasurer of the board for the association, and it actually includes Paul Terrell for free, by the way, who's on the association with us and our lobbyist, and it's very good.
What time is that? Is that something I could listen to?
I don't know why you couldn't. We haven't had any board members join, any of our meetings, because most of these they talk legislative actions and they're kind of boring, but we could.
What time of day is it today?
It's this afternoon.
You know what time?
I think it's 2 or 2:30. I'll have to look at my calendar. But I would ask you, just to not surprise my fellow members, let me ask the fellow members if they're
If
they care.
appropriate,
Yeah.
if it's not going to cause a problem.
I
send it
don't
to
think
me, and
it
if I
wouldn't.
can listen, I'd like to.
I don't think it would not be appropriate, but let me give the other associations.
Yeah, we can figure that out later.
Yeah, yes, sir. 2 o'clock.
All right. Sherry, do you have any comments on finance and investment?
I didn't get anything in the packet because we just had our meeting yesterday. We went over the investment policy, which I recommend approving. And then we also just went over the first draft of the 2027 budget. And our next meeting we decided on is August the 18th.
All right. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? If not, we're moving on to item G. Sorry. Adopt order appointing a general manager to act as a board designated agent in connection with the November 3rd, 2026 election. Authorize such future actions as may be lawfully performed by the district's agent in connection with the election, and ratify prior actions taken in forehance of conduct of the election.
I make a motion that we adopt an order appointing the general manager to act as the board's designated agent in connection with the November 3rd, 2026 election. Authorize such future actions as may be lawfully performed by district agents in connection with the election, and ratify prior actions taken in furtherance of conduct of election, also stated in Spanish.
Also
Yeah.
in Spanish.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on to item H. Approve the joint election agreements and election services contract with Bear County, Comal County, and Guadalupe County for the November 3rd, 2026 election.
Make a motion that we approve the joint election agreement and election services contract with Bear County, Comal County, and Guadalupe County for the November 3rd, 2026 election, also stated in Spanish.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
You have to say that part in Spanish, or are we good?
No.
I would love to hear you.
I was,
say it.
No. We don't have time for that.
Going down that road.
I was
We don't have
hoping
time
to
for
hear
any
somebody say
denies.
Spanish.
All right, the ayes have it.
Don't want to hear.
All right. Adopt order calling the notice of election of 3 directors, setting dates for the election and early voting for November 3rd, 2026 election.
I make a motion that we adopt an order calling and notice of elections of 3 directors, setting dates for election and early voting for November 3rd, 2026 election, also stated in Spanish.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Can I ask what 3 board members are?
So this year,
Bob, and
Nick, Bob, and Sherry. So,
Everyone needs to be able to say furtherance, in furtherance of, because I thought that was really well done.
Yeah.
You know.
furtherance, yeah. All right, item J, discussion and consideration authorizing the general manager to negotiate and execute the lease agreement with East Central Special Utility District not to exceed 1,000 acre feet per year. Mr. Gage.
Okay, board, this is pretty simple. On June 30th this year, we had a lease for 1,000 acre feet of water that came from CRWA with New Brunswick Utilities. That lease has since expired. That connection has stopped. Last week, East Central's general manager, Brandon Rohan, got authorization from his board to seek a lease with us, not to exceed 1,000 acre feet. So likewise, this is me seeking your permission to negotiate and execute an agreement with East Central, not to exceed 1,000 acre feet of water. So basically, this replaces the MBU lease that we had. It puts our extra water inventory at work for us. And this is through a CRWA, transaction. So we won't see revenue for this. We'll see cost avoidance on our invoices, which is just as good on our CRWA water. So once you authorize me to do this, we'll figure that out. The amount between us, it may be 1,000, it may be a lesser amount, whatever he needs, but we'll negotiate that after you authorize me to do so.
And the term of this one is a 1 year, 2 year,
Well,
3 year?
we'll work that out, but it will be on a reoccurring basis. It won't be for a period of long time. So it'll be like one of these ones, if mutually agreed, then we'll agree to do it another year. Because we all very much know that each one of us have water supply challenges. We're not going to lock down the water forever. But what we're going to do is we're going to reassess it on a reoccurring basis. We'll work out those details, but we will be able to claw it back at the appropriate time. And since we're partners together on this, once we replace, more water, with the, for example, the Bloomberg project, well then, East Central may not need this water anymore. So it goes on both sides of the street. It's beneficial to both organizations.
So theoretically, are we trying to just do 1 year contracts and then just auto renew or come back in July of next year? and
Generally,
do
how I like to
another-
do them, we'll work those details out, but I like to do it where we both have to agree to extend.
Okay,
So
so we'll
it's
just
just
set it
not-
up for
yeah, it's
July's
just not an
meeting next
automatic
year to
trigger.
just,
Shan may prefer
confirm.
otherwise, but I like having an intervention point.
Yeah.
So that's the way I like
Yeah.
to do it.
well, we could do the rate analysis and see where everything lands and
Yeah.
dollar figures and whatnot. Okay.
Is there any significant effort that staff is going to have to do to make sure from an accounting standpoint that we're getting the appropriate credit through CRWA's accounting?
No, it's not a significant effort, but it has to be watched. So, and I watch it every month, right? So when I review the invoices and Gina does, we'll know if it's right or if it's wrong. And, luckily on the other side of the house, we have very solid citizens over in East Central, and they will ensure that it's correct as well. So that's how we check.
Well, we have three financial folks over at CRWA, so there should be
Exactly.
plenty of eyes on it to
we've
make
got
sure it's done
coverage.
correctly.
Okay. So with that, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize the general manager to negotiate and execute a lease agreement with East Central Special Utility District not to exceed 1,000 acre-foot per year.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Sherman, second by Mr. Robertson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. All right, moving on to item K, Resolution 2026-07-Alpha. A resolution by the Board of Directors of GVSUD requesting financial assistance from the Texas Water Development Board, authorizing the filing of an application for assistance and making certain findings in connection therewith. This relates to the project.
Yeah. So this one, board, we've talked about it before. Matter of fact, we got a motion from you guys before authorizing us to seek this. So what we're doing now, we're bringing back the resolution on the forms from the Texas Water Development Board that we must have in order to submit for the $21 million up to number for a project that we have in the works. That project is the Plant 9 facility on Cibolo Valley. That project's inclusive of an elevated storage tank, 1 million gallons, a ground storage tank, 500,000 gallons, and the associated stuff. I was going to use that word appurtenances, but I don't think I pronounce it properly. But anyway, so I'll say stuff, associated stuff with that project. So the good news is that project's probably about a $19 million project. We can get up to $21 million, so this would be an incredible thing for the district if we're successful in securing this. So all we need is the board's vote on this, signatures on the resolution, and we'll get it turned in forthwith this week by Friday, and then we're off to the races with this application.
All right. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns? None? Okay, we're moving to motion. Do I
I'll
have
make a motion authorizing the filing of an application for assistance and making certain findings in connection therewith.
For resolution
For resolution
2026-07-.
2026-07-A.
Right, I have a motion by
Second.
Ms. McDaniel, second by Mr. Robertson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Adopted. And then moving to item L, consideration and possible action related to non-standard water and/or wastewater service agreements. L1 is O'Reilly Auto Parts, Water, NSSA. L2, Wild West Farms, NSSA for water, and then L3, Vought Track Subdivision, Water, NSSA. Does anybody have comments or concerns based on the committee's recommendation?
I was just going to state, the committee went over all three of these items. Staff recommended approval, and the committee also unanimously recommended approval of all three.
Okay, with that, do we have any concerns, questions, or comments on these? If not, do I have a motion?
Make a motion that we approve items L1 through L3.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. All right, item M, here updates on the items below from GVSUD General Counsel. M1, pending threatened litigation. M2, legal changes affecting the district. Jan, kicking it over to you.
Morning, Board. On pending and threatened litigation, I don't have any updates. We have a few minor pending matters. We don't have anything new thanks to the board's decision this morning. Just thought I'd mention that. So for legal changes affecting the district, I was asked to just give a brief overview on our duty to serve in light of kind of some pending discussions throughout the community. So I provided you all with a handout because my paralegal was out yesterday and I didn't have it. And I attempted to make this PowerPoint presentation that I gave to David, and I wasn't sure if it was going to be legible because
you're
I'm
good.
not good with fonts. So you guys have hard copies of this, and we're just going to go quickly. And if you have any questions, just let me know. The topic for discussion was review applicable statutes regarding the obligation to serve water and wastewater customers in our CCN. So being a lawyer, I make everything a little bit more complicated than it has to be sometimes, but it's true. It's true. Everything kind of has to logically flow. So if you'll move to the next slide, there we go. GVSA is a special utility district. And so under the statute governing creation of special utility districts, which I've printed there in bold, it explains that we are considered a conservation and reclamation district under Article 16, Section 59 of the Texas Constitution. And so the importance of that is that if you're a conservation and reclamation district, there is a specific part of the Texas Constitution that kind of delineates what our powers and authorities are. And I printed that out. It's Section B of it's Section 59B of Article 16. And I highlighted the important things. If you want to go to the next slide, David, sorry. Basically, the state may be divided into a number of conservation and reclamation districts as may be determined to be essential to the accomplishment of the purposes of this amendment. The district shall be governmental agencies, bodies politic, and corporate with such powers of government and with the authority to exercise such rights, privileges, and functions concerning the subject matter of this amendment as may be conferred by law. So the key words there are, we have such powers as are conferred by law on us. And so that's the constitutional limit on our authority. So if you go to the next slide, so what powers do we have? Those powers are listed in Chapter 65 of the Texas Water Code, and I printed that there for you. We have the power to First of all, I want to point out at the bottom of Section A, right before you get to the list, it says incident, helpful, and necessary to. And then you have the list. Supply water for municipal uses, domestic uses, power and commercial purposes, and other beneficial uses. And then the second one relates to wastewater and solid waste, by the way. Special districts have the authority to become the garbage company.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Don't recommend it.
We are not going down
Don't
that
recommend
path.
it, by the way. But anyway, we have the power. We have the powers, incidental, helpful, or necessary to collect, transport, process, dispose of, store, and control domestic, industrial, or communal wastes in whatever form. We have authority over stormwater and drainage issues.
Really?
Which may or may not be exercised. This district has not decided to exercise that authority. Irrigation, we can be involved in irrigation. No, these are our powers. But these are all of our powers. And we also have the authority to adopt rules under Chapter 65. So if you look at the next slide real quick, yes, we adopt rules, but they're limited by state law. And the statute here explains or shows you the limits of what our rules can regulate. The main thing is sewer systems, sanitary and purity condition of water, prevent waste, or the unauthorized use of water in our district, regulate privileges on any land or easement owned or controlled by the district. That does not mean, and there is case law that says we do not have any control over property that we don't own or control. And our CCN does not grant us ownership or control over real property. And then we can provide and regulate a safe and adequate fresh water system and ensure adequate safeguards in the performance of the district's firefighting activities.
Pause right there on that one.
Correct.
So you mean we could have our own fire station
We could.
with a fire truck and lights and sirens?
We could do that.
I was just making sure we.
As you can, if I was trying to make a legal argument, you guys, I could have artfully removed all the other things you can do from this, but I'm trying to shoot straight with you and give you the full scope of your authority.
I just
Okay.
love the fact that knowing that at one point we could technically call on the firefighter, card and you'll be the chief on that one.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
Next
Thank you.
slide. So a SUD does not have any power that has not been specifically granted by the state that is not, quote unquote, essential to carrying out its authorized powers. This is kind of the leading case on this issue that came out by the Texas Supreme Court. It's the most recent one. It came out just 2 years ago. And basically what it does is it interprets what it means to have basically the extent of your implied authority. We went back to that constitutional provision that I read to you, which going back says such powers conferred by law, and such powers that are incident, helpful, and necessary. So this case basically interpreted that, and it basically says our implied authorities are only those that are reasonably necessary to make effective our expressly granted powers. The authority will not be implied lightly. We have explained that the terms reasonably necessary to make effective standard encompasses those powers that are indispensable or essential to the exercise of the expressly granted powers. Any reasonable doubt concerning the existence of an implied power is resolved against the political subdivision. Yeah. So, for instance, we don't have any authority over platting, zoning, or any other land use control. So if we can't control development, who can? That's the next slide. Cities can adopt rules governing plats and subdivisions of land within limits, actually. They have to be related to the safe, orderly, and healthful development of the municipality. That's under the Texas Local Government Code. And they can also adopt an ordinance extending their platting and subdivision development rules to the ETJ. But a city generally can't regulate density, like the number of units on a tract or the type of use in its ETJ. Yes, sir.
I rose my hand because I didn't want to interrupt you. San Marcos has created a brand new law or ordinance where it specifically disallows data centers. And I've noticed that nobody really knows what's going to happen if someone actually sues them and takes them to court. So is it kind of like a waiting period, or is it just going to be a whole bunch of Texas cities are going to probably start putting up ordinances saying no data centers? And then finally a data center like Google's going to come in and they're going to say, you know what, we have more money than you do, and they're going to take it to court and they're going to find out what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Is that what we're waiting on right now?
I think that's what we're waiting on. And I also think there's a lot, if we're talking about data centers and specifically, that's a real focus of the legislature. They had a very long, I think it was a 16-hour hearing a few weeks back on that. the governor has issued a directive that, which is not law yet, but is basically saying you can't, if you're going to be a data center, you have to provide your own electricity supply, and you have to make sure that you're not interfering with the water supply or something to that effect. So there's a lot of talk about it. It's all over the state. It's not even all over the state. It's all over the country right now. It's become a very hot button political issue. So I don't think I want to opine in public about the validity of the San Marcos ordinance, because I haven't actually read the language of it, but I'm following that very closely.
But just as an observation too, and I've seen this, of course, it's kind of blowing up in Guadalupe County. What's motivating counties, and this is just a personal insight, why are they giving them tax abatements if they're so opposed?
Well, there was a lawsuit filed 2 days ago by a public interest group against the Guadalupe County relating to that tax
that.
abatement issue. And, theoretically by a group of landowners. I can talk about that a little more executive session, but again, I don't really want to opine on, the validity of that lawsuit. It still wasn't publicly available, the text of the lawsuit, as of about 6:30 p.m. last night. I haven't checked it, but my paralegal's watching for it to come out, and I'd be happy to circulate it to the board once I get it. So next slide, counties. Counties have even less authority than cities. They can't adopt ordinances specifying lot sizes. They can control the approval of plats that subdivide tracts. Most of them grandfather subdivision of tracts where the resulting subtract is in excess of 5 to 10 acres. So usually there's even an exemption on that, on subdivision of land. They have, under recent law, they can certify that adequate groundwater supply is available for a subdivision, but they can't do that or condition plat approval on that if there is an authorized water supplier in the area that is actually providing the service and has adequate capacity to serve. So, so counties have not a lot of authority on that, but the main point here is that we don't have any. And, I consider it kind of a blessing, because we would be, I think it'd be very difficult to, it's a lot more hassle than it's worth to try and control development. So what can we, what are our obligations regarding service? So as you all know, and we throw the term around here all the time, we have a certificate of public convenience and necessity for water, and we have one for sewer. So what it does is it authorizes us, except for very few circumstances where a tract of land can be duly certificated, which means there's a little bit of overlap between circles and two different utilities both have the authority to serve. Other than that, we have the sole exclusive authority to serve within our CCN. And as a condition of being granted basically a monopoly power in our CCN area, the state law imposes on us a obligation to serve every customer and every consumer is the word used within our certified area, and to render continuous and adequate service within that area. So there are a few exceptions, very few. So what are they? There you go. If you're a SUD under Chapter 65 of the Water Code, you're not required to extend sewer service or water service to an applicant in a subdivision if we document that the developer, failed to comply with our service extension policy, which basically means our rules and regulations that we've adopted. And we complied with the notice to purchaser requirements under state law. And we do that, that's sort of a recent development, but we do that through, we have the notice to purchasers published at all times on our website. So we've met that obligation. Failure to follow our rules, we can refuse service. And it looks like my printer messed up and there were some other exceptions. And here it is. This is under chapter, if you could go back to the page that says the holder of a certificate, there you go. If these are other exceptions, first of all, it says we cannot discontinue, reduce, or impair service to a certified service area or part of a service area except for non-payment of charges for services, non-payment of charges for sewer service if it's provided by another utility and we have an agreement with that utility. So in other words, there are some areas of our system, for instance, where Schertz is the sewer CCN holder and we're the water sewer provider, and we have a bill collection agreement actually with the city of Cibolo to cover that same. We get to turn off and refuse to provide water service if they're not paying their sewer bill, is basically what that means, even though we're not the sewer provider in that area. Or non-use. So if they're not using the service, then we don't have an obligation to serve them. And then there's kind of a catch-all, other similar reasons in the usual course of business. So that's the whole little presentation for you guys, and we can have a discussion of any of those issues you want. Go ahead, Mr. Hendricks. Director Hendricks.
Yes, I have a question. So let's say a place came in at hypothetically 33 EDUs, and they decided that they are going to overuse, or they knew they were going to overuse. And let's say now they're at like 150 EDUs consistently. Would we have the authority to just cut it and say, no, you abused your water feasibility study?
We could, if they are asking for service in addition, or they just use service in addition to what they applied for. That's basically stealing from the district because we collect an impact fee based on an EDU or a kayak fee based on an EDU. And so, or a water acquisition fee based on an EDU. So if they're using more than that, then they basically tried to, sidestep our rules and regulations. So even in the absence of contractual language prohibiting them from doing that, yes, we could enforce that, and we could actually physically limit their ability to take that much.
Okay, so we can throttle their use if we have
We
to.
could throttle it. Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking is because online, obviously, this is exploding. And I've put out there that similar projects have been added approximately, I've been saying less than Walmart or equivalent to a Walmart, which is what this is going to be. But people are saying they're just going to overuse, they're just going to overuse.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that everybody knows, our ratepayers know, that if they exceed, we will just, as you said, we could throttle them or we can just cut them off flat out.
Yeah,
So I wanted to make
yes,
sure.
we could do
Okay,
that.
thank you.
And just to add further reassurance, in a theoretical or hypothetical situation like that where we have some concerns, and even where we don't, we're working on some revised language that, in fact, there's a draft contract floating around for, I think, a situation similar to what you're describing, Mr. Hendricks, that makes it very clear in the contractual language that that there are limits to the service, and and we might as a board want to consider some other potential rules or rule revisions to address that kind of a situation, just so that we leave no doubt. But even in the absence of all that, yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
Well, I don't know, are you done, James? I just.
Taking a breather. Go ahead.
I don't know if I should, maybe we should say my next question in executive. That's what I'll do.
Okay.
because I don't know if I can say
Well,
it out
I
loud.
just wanted to make sure, think you've answered my question. But in the Conservation Committee, we've been focusing a lot on the fact that our very small number of large users use a very large percentage of our water. And so if we have new commercial users or agricultural users or whatever, new subdivisions with a lot of common property, we might point out in the process to them that verify, so this is the number of EDUs you're asking for. And you understand that this could be the consequence if you dramatically exceed that. So I don't know if that's doable or that it's kind of covered by what we're doing, but I just wanted to point that out.
I would welcome input from staff or the engineer, but you know, I mean, one clear way is to physically make it so that more water can't be used. In other words, if they want an irrigation meter of 1 inch, like a 1-inch irrigation meter, then they're physically, you know, constrained as to how much they can use. Can we impose an annual cap on usage? I haven't seen that done. It's something we could maybe explore, but I think that the more sound approach and what's historically been used is developing a rate structure that discourages overuse. One of the I think traps that districts and water supply corporations fall into is they adopt these really kind of draconian rules and regulations, and then they're forced to be the
cop.
police department,
Yeah.
and they can impose a fee or a fine or whatever, but if the offender doesn't
Yeah.
follow along with it, your resort ends out having to be, you know, taking legal action and going to court, which becomes more expensive than the problem sometimes
Right.
that you're trying to solve. So it's really a balancing act. But you know, this district has adopted very, you know, good, sound policies, and I would encourage, you know, any sort of incentivizing of less use is welcome. You know, some districts and WSCs have implemented for new connections, a policy requiring a separate irrigation meter, which makes it easier if we are in a drought situation to not harm, you know, not cause physical health, safety, and welfare harm, but
Right.
to restrict use for, you know, for surface application and that kind of thing. And I haven't seen that challenged, and so yet by anyone. And so I think that could be something that board might consider.
Do we have it within our authority to compel certain organizations for certain usage as far as reclaimed? Could we say, hey, we will serve you, but it's only through reclaimed for certain needs? Does the conservation committee, or do we have any controls, drought, you know, restrictions or whatever that says if you
Yeah.
need X amount of water for this type of infrastructure?
Yeah, I think we could if we. I think the answer is if reclaimed was available and it wasn't as a service of the district and it wasn't unreasonably cost prohibitive, you know, I think that would be fine. I think that would be fine. Yeah, I mean, what we can't say, you know, recently there was an adverse court decision against one of our fellow districts that and the grounds for the adverse decision were basically and it was related to CCNs and the ability to decertify and federal debt and a lot of these issues. But and it's a preliminary decision. The case is not over, but the court found that basically the costs that they were that the developer was being required to pay were prohibitively expensive, unreasonably expensive. And so at least in the federal courts, they've started to impose a reasonableness kind of standard. So yes, I think we could do all those things, but I think they need to be, they need to pass the sniff test. They need to be kind of reasonable. And so, and the only reason I'm saying that is that if you require, if reclaimed water is available and you require its use, it's going to need to pass the reasonableness test. It can't be twice the cost of your potable water, because that kind of defeats the whole purpose. You bet. That's all I got then.
All right. Anybody have any questions? If not, we'll save those for executive session, for the more touchier subject ones. Okay, so with that, we're gonna take a 10-minute. We'll get into executive session at 11 o'clock. And we'll take items, what was it, ARWA, we had one, correct? Yeah, it was F5. And then M2, we'll take that one as well. M2I, we'll take that into executive session. We'll take N and O and P, executive session. All right, time is 10:52. We'll stop with the open session, go to closed session after the recess. Thanks.
David. Ooh, that's loud. Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. Toast.
So time is 12:34. We're coming back into open session. We have one matter that we want to revisit real quick. So we're going to go back to the GM updates. And we're going to have Gage update us on a matter that's very important.
Yeah, so I was remiss this morning in my GM update that I wanted to mention something that's pretty incredible, and it really has to do with Kim's department up front and the fact that we found out this week that we now have 4.7 Google stars now, and Kim tells me that getting Google stars is almost like having an act of Congress or something to get that done. So I wanted to highlight that. Completely my fault. Kim can yell at me later, but I wanted to say very publicly, thank Kim for her team's effort. And every single one of them in there. You got Jeanette, you got Charles, you got Gina, you got Randy, you got Kayla, you got Brittany, you got Austin. You also have Celeste, you have Emily, and finally Kim. And I didn't let anybody go there.
Charles.
I didn't miss it. I said
Charles.
Randy. I said Charles. It was one of the first ones I said. So there you have it. So anyway, so very appreciative of Kim and what she does, guys, and she keeps a bunch of people happy, and I just wanted to mention that to her. And we will recognize the rest of the team at the right times, but it was a team effort, not any one individual. That's why I didn't bring them up this morning, so.
Greatly appreciated.
Good job. Save the best for last, right?
Yeah.
So that's good. That's very hard to do, especially in today's society. So keep it up. I want to say, and you might want to check with all the other SUDs, that we have the highest rating. All
It's
the other
possible,
SUDs.
right? It's
I mean,
possible.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, he's
We
looked.
may need a Google, plaque or something like that.
Yeah.
That just says it. So every star that we get or point.
Maybe a Tessa trophy or something.
Okay, going back to the order of business, so we had one matter that we need to make a motion.
I make a motion to authorize the general manager to negotiate and execute a lease of GVSUD's Alliance Regional Water Authority water supply not to exceed 1,545 acre-feet per year of water with the city of Kyle Water pursuant to the terms discussed in executive session.
I'll second.
Everybody.
All right,
Yes,
I have
you
a
did.
motion by Mr. Hendricks and a second.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, other than that, that was on item Q. R, consideration of proposed item. We'll
I make a motion to adjourn.
Sorry. The whole time. I'm sorry. I'd leave it on for a
Are you
while.
objecting to us adjourning? Is that what happened?
Really? All right. So where did I leave off?
We don't
The
know.
motion's good. It got approved. Releasing excess water to ARWA or from ARWA to the city of Kyle. GM's gonna go over those discussions and actions with them. That was on item Q. Item R, we have nothing to add to next month's board meeting agenda. And then item S, do we have motion for adjournment?
Motion
Make a
to
motion for
adjourn.
adjournment.
Yeah. Second.
All right, so I have a motion by
You're
Mr.
too
McDaniel,
fast.
second by
Aye.
Mr. Robertson. All in favor?
Aye.
And in
Time is
Spanish.
12:38. Thank you.